Yeah, really.
Good morning, Festac. Good morning. Welcome. It's cold weather.
Yes.
It's too much. Don't you feel so?
Yeah.
How is it? Good. Yes, you please.
Thank you. Team. Of course, as a county, we know we are hosting the festival in 2024. So we identified this date to declare Kisumu County as a host in 2024, but again, also so that you know the team.
Yeah, I think
For
so.
the Festac.
Let us begin by knowing each other.
Yes.
Because otherwise, I'll be talking to strangers. Strangers in the Festac business. So it should be good. If you start with the host, you introduce yourself, who you are, what are you doing, and the relationship with Festac. If you are not related, please keep that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Excellency. I start with the director.
Your Excellency, my name is Nancy Magdalene.
Who?
Nancy Magdalene Masamu.
Nancy Magdalene Masamu.
I'm the Director of Culture and Gender of Kisumu County.
Okay.
I'll give it to Obat.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to welcome the Festac Africa. This has been a dream that we started dreaming in 1977. This has been a dream, and little did I know that it will be realized until His Excellency the Governor sponsored us to the 4th World Festival of Arts and Culture. So that was the genesis, and we made great friends, and there were a number of countries. There were about 12 countries that were looking forward to hosting this important event. But we did a lot of justification. We made a lot of commitment, and we also told them that Kisumu is the 6th cleanest city in this country. And Kisumu also has been the citadel of arts and culture, courtesy of Professor Kotler in the 60s. So we have taken the battle from Professor Kotler. And in the recent past, last year, we had a great festival where we had medics from different parts of the world to commemorate the Grace Onyango Digital Foundation, where we had the Deputy Governor from Uganda gracing the event. So this year, early this year, we had the World Talent Federation President coming to Mama Grace Onyango, and they donated a biometric talent assessment machine that can assess the talent of children 20 to 30 years. It is domiciled at social center. The machine is worth 20 million. So this is also another cap that we're going to put. We're going to also host the World Festival of Arts. So it has been a discussion. It has been a journey. Since 1977, it has been a dream. And when I met the Festac team in the presence of Pierre Lumumba, we said we must bring it to Kisumu. In the month of February, we are with Pierre Lumumba in Dar es Salaam. So we have been talking about the same thing. And I'm happy that through your stewardship, we are going to realize that. Then again, in the year 2025, we are also going to hold another World Festival of the Gifted and Talented at the Mama Grace Onyango. So what we're saying, we are now going beyond Kisumu County, we are going beyond Kenya, we are going beyond Africa, and this is going to be a testimony, and it's going to be realized. And because we also had an opportunity of seeing the 4th World Festival, so we want to go beyond that. And I want to thank you most sincerely, Your Excellency, for having sponsored us. Without your sponsorship, there will be no Festac in Kisumu, there will be no Festac in Kenya. And I want to thank you most sincerely. Thank you very much. And with that I say, Mama Grace is going to be the greatest citadel in Africa through arts and culture. And that is why the founding fathers of Africa realize that art plays a critical role. And that's why
Why is so enthusiastic about these things? Yes. He was asking me to do himself. And have someone. So I do this about the regular. Let's have the next introduction.
And Louis again, Kabong, Head of Security and Inspectorate.
My name is Kenneth Otiel, this is the Council.
Excellency, we also have the presence of part of the media houses in Kisumu with us.
That's okay. I can see the cameras. Okay, good. Festac now.
Sir, I am very, very happy to be here. My name is Mikhail Urian, and I'm the chairman of Festac Africa. I guess I'm going to get a chance to say some things later, because for now, I don't want to be a preacher like that. But I'm very happy to be here.
Applaud.
Thank you, sir.
You're from Ghana?
Nigeria.
Nigeria, okay, that's
We don't really.
Your Excellency, good morning. My name is Chike Isiu. I'm the CEO for UBA Kenya Bank Limited. UBA Kenya is a subsidiary of the United Bank for Africa. United Bank for Africa.
Oh, United Bank for Africa?
Yes.
Is that right? Yes. You have headquarters in Nairobi?
Yes, I was.
I see. Do you have any relationship with African Development Bank?
No, United Bank for Africa is a private bank, publicly owned, as it is today, we operate in 20 African countries.
Fantastic. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Your Excellency, good morning. My name is Dr. F.C.P. Vice Chair of Festac, and I am also one of the board members of the Diaspora Alliance, and also in the board of Festac.
Your Excellency, good morning. I'm Naomi Mwende, Festac Ambassador.
Naomi?
Mwende?
Yes. Festac Ambassador?
Yes.
Naomi? Very good. And my name is
Yeah, one more.
One more where? Okay.
Good morning, Your Excellency, everyone that's here today, all protocol observed. My name is Grace Momo. I am the Festac Africa Festival CEO. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Sambonani. Sambonani is a greeting, from South Africa.
Oh, you're kidding.
I have to represent somehow. Yes.
How did you?
I said Sambonani.
I said Sambonani.
I said Sambonani.
Sambonani.
Sambonani is a greeting.
Sambonani is the greeting. I got someone's name, Sambonani.
It could be a nice name. Okay. So my name is Lejono. It's one of those ones, 11 letters long, and I'm the festival director. So I'm happy to be here and to share the space with everyone.
Very good. So that's why you said together. Okay, good. First of all, let's be real careful. I've never been to a festival event. I think the first one was in Nigeria.
Second one.
1970.
First one,
66 in Dakar. The second one, Nigeria.
1977.
That's when my friend passed on. Pio Zulim. Pio Zulim was my lecturer at Bakare. And still remember Festac very much as a conjunction to, but just that, by the way, I think Obama more or less say what I could have said. In the sense that we really welcome Festac, but only because we important to our culture and the whole of Africa. But for us in particular, we have a strong tradition since the 60s of giving importance to us and culture. When you mention court architect, I'm sure you are familiar with the court famous epic. Anybody who has someone like Atman that you get to the was a sequel to someone like the song of John. Now John and the Mino are Atman as well. And that was very good critique of aping Western culture and Western religion in an African country. He has no quarrel with religion as such. But as you can remember, when I think it was Paul, when Jesus went somewhere and found a sign called to the unknown God, then he told the people, this God who you worship as unknown, so do you worship him as God Almighty, who sent Jesus Christ to save us. He was only supposed to worship an unknown God. He was much more concerned with identifying. Whether you call it unknown or not, we are doing the same thing. And that's why an English writer, literature, I can't remember his name, but I'm very fond of it. You know, Piero was to get certain things. So you have to rely on the computer until the information arrives. But nonetheless, I think you may remember the writer who said that when I'm not really a religious person, but when I meet really religious people, we are friends at once. Do you remember that?
I remember Mahatma Gandhi also
repeated the same thing, yeah. But
and the Pope
yeah,
also
say the same thing. But I'll find out and let you know because I'm not a religious person. We are friends at once. I think this is the beauty of Festac. We may be celebrating African culture and drama and so on in different languages in different parts of Africa. But when all is said and done, the part and parcel of the embroidery of part of life. And that's one of the reasons why I myself always Festac today. I think because of the kind of work that we've done. So we welcome you. So we are glad that the organization will do our best to host you and to encourage and contribute to the very important role that you have accomplished and continue to accomplish with promoting arts and culture. Without necessarily and doing a big job of putting in practice. You know, we as from colonizing, we are still struggling for some space on the world stage without being subordinate to anybody, whether from the east or the west. Not because we're not friends with them. We find them that really human culture, they're friends at all. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to say, just to underline about the last one. I really say that the reason for welcoming and getting this kind of cultural settlement, we just, as Pat was saying, in the 60s and 70s, a very important center for all kinds of activities. But you know, with the oppressive regime like Moi, all those things disappeared because everything after the stage, they know, if there's a problem on it, the family you are in. So, there's a kind of social center. We changed into this young, was the first woman member of parliament in Kenya and the first woman mayor of the school. In those days when we found very few women in those days, was a pioneer. So the government has sent in after the rebuilding and we started the dynamic leadership of our Masira and team. And ever since they came into office about over a year ago, the factory, time goes fast, you see, I don't know that. Yeah, they have done a very good job. They're glad they're trying to do the festival. Over.
Oh, wow. I think you've said everything to that, so I have to just patch up what to say. We're very happy to be here. I'm going to speak a little bit because you said some things earlier that I think we're probably going to use you as a model for clothing, right, and dancing and singing, because I saw some videos where you are playing, so they don't land on the stage. So when we come back in May, please make your time. You're going to drum and sing for us on stage. I think beyond that, I did a lot of search on you in the social media world, and a lot of what I saw is the way you are dressed. And it's a big statement, because it goes back into what we're doing and where we are, and where we're going in the future. Thanks to everybody for giving us time to be here today. And Your Excellency, we really appreciate you making the time to meet with us. I think it's critical to share with people, especially the media guys, because we find out today that a lot of our guys in that space, they are younger than 50. So a lot of them don't have the history of where we are today and where we should be going in the future. Festac as a program was started in the early 60s as an opportunity to get all of us on the continent to debrain us from colonialism. I repeat, to debrain us from colonialism. Now, the first one happened in 1966 when Leopold Sédar Senghor was the president of Senegal. It was a great event in 1966. It was meant to put all of us together. And the idea was, let's start cultural and arts as a platform and migrate this thing around the continent so we can all understand one another better, get along better, trade and become one on the continent. Because in the 1800s, somebody came in and put that line and broke us, our families, in so many ways. If you look at the map of Africa today, there is no country where that line of whatever your country line is, that you don't have the same tribe on both sides. It's worse in West Africa, because not only do you have Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, then you have them, so this side is speaking Yoruba and English, this side is speaking Yoruba and French. And then they start saying, this is my land, that's your land, fighting for what doesn't exist. Now, in the true mind of the people, there are no lines. You see them cross. It's when you come in as a business guy or a foreigner that they tell you you're crossing the border. But the locals don't cross border because there's no border on their land. So somebody put the border there, and generalistically, we stay on it. So Nigeria was supposed to be the next after 1966 in Senegal. Nigeria went into a civil war in 1967. And the civil war lasted for 3 to 4 years. So it wasn't done. In the early 70s, there was oil embargo in the world, and Nigeria made a lot of money through the oil embargo. Chief Obasanjo was the leader of the country at that time, and he decided to do Festac in 1977. This is the old Genesis of 77. In 77, Nigeria spent a lot of money on Festac. Built a city of, I don't know, maybe 1,000 homes? 4,000. Yes. 4,000 homes. And those cities, the city was built just for the project. So the way they built it, so they said, okay, your country is you are from Zimbabwe. How many people are you bringing? I'm bringing 20 people. So they will say each building has 5 bedrooms. So they'll give you 4 houses. Each house came with a car, with a cook, with a chef and everything. So all the guests that came into Nigeria that one month, they were in heaven. Because it was also for some of us that were teenagers, it was black emancipation. Because you see your people walking with pride. And then you now say, that guy is from Zimbabwe. But we look alike. We sound alike. But for a long time, we've thought like different people. Now, I'm going to digress because this is important. 1976 was also the Soweto struggle in South Africa. So back then, some of us teenagers, all our t-shirts say Soweto, right? Because we have to fight and support something called blackness. We don't even know what we are doing, but we say we are Sowetoans. So when you ask us, where are you from? I'm from Soweto. We don't even know there was a country called South Africa. We just knew Soweto. So when you see the South Africans that were able to come in 77, I will say this because I have read and I've spoken to Chief Obasanjo and some other people. They actually did special things for the South Africans that came to actually help them with the pride of coming back as Africans. So they were spoiled. They made Maria Makeba the mother of the event. She was only 44 or 45. She was the mother of Festac back then. Ipitobi came and all of that for emancipation. 77 was a great success. Because of the money spent and the size of the project in 1977, the festival died for 45 years. COVID happened, and I'm skipping now. COVID happened, and if you all remember, COVID did a lot of negative things in our lives. But it did at least one good thing. It zeroed the world. Right? So we had to start everything afresh. And if you remember, we actually lost more people percentage-wise than most of that continent. So at that point, you see, is an opportunity for us as a continent to now come up and accelerate a lot of things. Technology, health, and all that kind of stuff. So one of the things we thought in our organization is, let's bring Festac back. Because we are trying to perpetuate togetherness, but we realize the power of culture and arts in bringing all of us together. So we put together, we went to talk to African Union. We said, hey, remember Festac? Oh yeah, that wonderful thing that happened in 1977. We're bringing it back. Great idea. We'll support you now, we don't have money, it's okay. Money will come. Let's just go and start something where we all start working together. Just say you love what we are doing and support us. And the support has been great on that. Skip on to 2022. 2021, we started dreaming on how to put this thing together. 2022, we did the first one. And somebody said, why Zanzibar? Because we went to Zanzibar in 2022. The reason for that was at that time, Tanzania was basically the only country that was open to travel, more than other countries during COVID. Secondly, 90-something% of the economy of Zanzibar was tourism. So Zanzibar really never closed. They also put a lot of protocol in place to contain COVID. So as we were planning, we said, you know what? We don't know what January 2022 will look like. If we pick a country where we're not sure that if something happens, Omicron, that came up in that time, happened, they can tell us, we're going to cancel, don't go anywhere. So let's pick the islands. So we picked the island. Thankfully enough, in early January, Omicron happened, but Zanzibar still stayed open. So we did the first one in Zanzibar in 2022. And I went to meet Chief Obasanjo, and I'll say this as a joke. So the person that took me said, if Chief Obasanjo gives you 5 minutes of time, he likes your topic. I can gladly say he gave us 90 minutes, and he still didn't want us to go. Because when we talked first, he was like, oh, you don't talk that first. He was so happy because of the 77 nostalgia in also his mind. And he promised that, you know what, you guys are doing something good, we will support you. Unfortunately, a few days before the event, he was not able to come. However, he sent someone to come and read his speech. And Excellency, I will share the speech with you. It's very powerful. It talks about what we were doing wrong in the continent and we could do better in it. So we did like 2022 in Zanzibar. And as anything that is good that you settle, you want to incubate. The idea was to also continue it in Zanzibar. But some powers in Tanzania said, well, this thing was so nice, don't keep it with the island alone. Come to the mainland. So we went to Arusha next. That's what we did. 2023 May in Arusha. There's another critical point I need to say for everybody to understand. In 1966, Festac was done in April for 1 month. In 1977, it was done in January for 1 month. Part of what could happen when you are doing a program like this, if you are not consistent, things can die. There are 2 things that were left out in 66 and 77 that we did, that even Chief Obasanjo was thankful for. Number 1, they didn't do trade in in those 2 years. There was nothing planned around trade. So we made sure trade has to be a center of what we're, because if we're making business back and forth, it allows us to come together as people. Number 2, yes, children were there to watch, but the children were not there as part of the program so that they can remember. So today, even in Nigeria where it was held, or any other countries outside of Nigeria today, anyone under 50 or 55 don't know Festac. So that's why what we've designed it to do is to have a lot of children in what we do. And I'm going to talk more a little bit about the schedule of what we have planned in a second. So those 2 things are critical in the going forward. So we did Arusha. In putting Arusha together, I think Obat heard something about Festac. And there was an 84-year-old man in South Africa that wanted to go to Festac in 1977. He's 84 today. Wanted to go to Festac in 1977. He's a writer and an activist. And he was frustrated to go. And he snuck through the back channels to Nigeria. When he came back to South Africa, he was arrested for going to Festac, and he was put in the jail. And he wrote a book called From Festac to John Foster. He's still alive today. We tried to get him to Arusha the last time, we were not able to. Maybe we'll bring him to Kisumu this time. We'll work on it. That would be great to have. His name is Molefe Pito. You'll be a wonderful person to audition. He's a person we've done visit so many times. He's a Pan-Africanist to the core. So we're going to bring people like that to share with you what the possibilities are. So 2023 happened in May. So what we've done is to say, for consistency's sake, this festival will happen in May going forward because of Africa Month and because May 25th is African Day. So it's now a 1-week event because it's no more a government entity. It's a private initiative with joint together with the government. So 2024 will be from 28th of May to 26th of May by the grace of God in Kisumu. In 2023 in Arusha, Obat came with his team. The Misango and some came to the 2023. 2024. This year. So this year, during the event in May, he came with the group sponsored by Your Excellency. So when he came, actually funny enough, I haven't met him. I met Professor Piano first. And the first thing he said is, oh, you gotta get this guy right here. So he pulled me, he gave Obat to me and said, you need to talk to this guy. Okay, so what is it? And you know, it's like you see a baby in the candy store. He was having like 2 legs, like I'm so happy here. I said, what do you mean? He said, in 1977, I was in school, and the University of Nairobi was the one selected to go. And I was just about to enter university at that time. I'm saying, how can I get to Nigeria? And I didn't go. He said, this thing has been hurting me in my mind since 1977. He said, so we are in the government, and they sponsor us to come over here. And he said, this is where in life, the way you speak true to yourself. He said, someday, I wish Festac would come to Kisumu. First day we met him on that one day. All right? So we just talk, and I said, Kisumu, okay, right? We'll talk. Skip into today. We had about 4 countries that showed interest in Festac within the continent. When we started looking, Kenya came strong as a location for us for a lot of reasons. I was telling Professor today, my first visit to Kenya was in 1998, and since then I've come a lot. What Kenya has done as a country, I gave my heart to the country on what we've done. The transition of what I saw CBD back in 1998 to your CBD today and the buildings and the all, even the place we are staying at Acacia, and I'm like, I'm not living anymore, so please, I need citizenship to just be enjoying myself too much. But the transition is part of it. Now, why Kisumu? We had about 3 or 2 other counties that showed interest. Of course, Mr. Akek's prayer in May of 2023 in Arusha has a lot to do with it. And so we came here, we traveled the city, we saw the Grace Onyango Center, we saw the beautiful work they are doing there. And I think, you know, not only is a wizard, he's also a kind of that evil genius. As we are looking around, you can almost watch him. He's looking at our body language. What are these guys thinking? Are they there? Are they going to say yes? You know. So at the end of the visit, we said to him, I said, Obat, congratulations, I think we are coming back to Kisumu. He didn't want to show his happiness. I was like, oh, yeah, that's a good point. But I know he did inside was so happy. Right? So he was just hiding the happiness. So we said, okay, we are coming to Kisumu, and we fixed the day to come back to meet you, Your Excellency. As an ex-oil and gas guy that traveled this continent, this is a passion project. And when we see leaders like this that are pushing what the continent will be, we all owe it to jump behind them to do the right thing. The promise is this. The next event, May 20 to 26, is going to be in Kisumu, Kenya. To also show, because what we do is from today, we already started some promos on Kisumu already. And I'm telling you this, by May of next year, there is nobody on this world that will not know Kisumu. That is the promise. With the level of social media that we do, and the promos that we put on the street, but today it's social media marketing, right? So part of it is to put the value of Kisumu there for people to know. All right, so we will have a team there. Our center will be Grace Onyango Center, is where we're going to drive everything from, because we need a home to stay. And the home is a wonderful home. So they've done a good job with all the youth that Mr. Obat Misera works with, that we have to see the energy when we came like that. We will also have an office there ourselves. You know, he said he's going to give us a little room in his real estate. Just because the chair and the table is good enough for us. We will work with you closely to make sure the thing is delivered very well. Come May next year, we will make the center our location to drive the festival. And back to what I said earlier, Your Excellency, we have taken the festival beyond just festival. We use art and culture to bring all of us together. However, how do we propagate our growth as people? How do you look at me and drop your prejudice or your misconceptions? How do I look at you and do the same? Is the bottom line of what the festival is all about. There are a lot of components to it. We brought some of our friends with us, Kenya Diaspora Alliance. We're working with them very closely, Dr. Shem Ochodo, right? We're working with them closely to even help repatriate money into the country from the Kenyans around the world, which is important using these kind of platforms. And on and on, and I think I have a message here that I need to pass on from Professor Emeritus Micheka. He said, unfortunately, he's not here. He said he knows you, right? The program is attending today, because he was supposed to be here with us, but he said, I cannot finish talking without mentioning his name. That is in our family. So he's a family member. So he needs to let you know that this is one of his sons. So he said you should make some good ugali and tilapia for me, but meeting like this at 10 o'clock in the morning, I don't think I'm going to get the food. I'll come back for the food. So he said to let you know that specifically. But we appreciate being here. We appreciate Obat for what stuff we've done. We promise our support into what we're going to do, and we are sure you're not going to be disappointed. The media is rolling already. We're going to hit the streets as soon as tomorrow, heavily on promotion. The last thing I will say before I sit down, because I'll come back and say something else, is that please, for everyone in the room, look at this platform as an opportunity for you to do what you've been dreaming to do also on the continent. I say this to everyone I meet. When you are doing business, whatever, even if you are bottling water, don't look at Kisumu as your only business. Look at Kenya, look at Africa. Look at the 1.2 billion as your opportunity. And may God help us to get to what we need to get. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah?
You are the host.
I'm the host. Thank you very much. So, I think before you say something, I would welcome Pierre Luma to say something. Essentially,
Governor, wisdom demands that I don't say it. I think a lot has been said. One cannot overemphasize the value of culture. And that is all I wish to say.
Thank you. Now, if you have BTC or something, or you want to continue?
yes.
Continue, then you can hand it over.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So what I wanted to say is that this is the actualization of a dream. And as you are saying, Mama Grace was a citadel and is going to be, and we're going to put a lot of energies. Some of us do not know that sometimes the communication takes place at night. We actually sleep in order to realize this dream. It has been a journey. And in drama, we have what is called the protagonist and antagonist. You know, we have the plot twist. You know, before you reach the climax, there's the two, the protagonist and the antagonist. And how do you move to achieve or to actualize? So I'm so happy. I also promised him, like when we had Arusha, I told him I'm going to bring you in Kisumu before August. And we wanted to do a joint production. The joint production is called The Devil on the Cross, which they did as an adaptation, and they wanted to work with us. And when we were in Arusha, we were dreaming about bringing them, and all the videos which we captured, which we've been putting on the social media, which means that the mother is now delivering the baby. So I'm so happy, and I'm so happy the governor has been so encouraging, and I'm so happy that the governor appointed the best board for the center. And within the board, we have one lady who is Dr. Mary Okello. Mary Okello is the first woman bank manager East and Central Africa, just like Mama Grace Onyama. So, within the same board, we have Professor Humphrey Obora, who is also a professor who came up with CBC. Within the same board, we have Mr. Ramesh Mehta, who is also a renowned entrepreneur. So we cannot fail. And I'm telling you, the governor, within the shortest time, Mama Grace Onyama will be the most known institution in Africa and beyond. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Excellency. Mine has not said much, but I just want to assure the Festac Festival team that my ministry will support you fully. Of course, we know as much as we have the request of money, we also need to prepare other facilities. We have the museum, we have the cultural center, we have the Kikai, so we must put all of them ready by May 2024. So be rest assured of our support to our governor and welcome to this.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't really have this guy, you know, he's always taking me away. He says, what's another problem? But just to add to what you say, we have a lot of work in a very short time. In the month of October, and we're aiming at May. That means we have hardly 6 months to do this thing. And as you described it, there are very many. So I hope we have a joint team between our team and yours. A, to work out the details on what is to be done for us to prepare for the festival. Secondly, financial implication. You know, my minister for finance, you know, all treasury say that. They begin from a zero assumption of the existence of money. Then so I don't doubt that we shall begin from a zero assumption and make sure that we raise what is required to the Festac, so that all those high and very ambitious goals are met, notwithstanding the time factor. This is what I would carry in the future. That you know what the other one said? We must run while they walk. And in order to catch up with the rest, we must run while they walk. we must run.
While they walk.
That's a lot of it. I don't think it's going to say really. We welcome you. Let the work begin today for us.
And the certificate to highlight.
Before the certificate, then I think we say. But I think the certificate will seal the day.
No, I think it would just be nice for UBA to say something and KBA to say something.
Sure, please. UBA.
Your Excellency, before you say something, I am Director of Culture. One of the bank,
Very good. Yeah, we did have it very quickly, so that we can do the necessary. Yes, yes, boss.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And thank you once again, everyone present here. Like I said before, Chike is my name. The CEO for UBA Kenya Bank, which is a subsidiary of the United Bank for Africa. We are a Pan-African bank, Africa's global bank, and that means that today we operate in 20 African countries. And when we speak about Festac, we are looking at a Pan-African cultural activity. And that's why we are part of it, and that's why we're here today. Secondly, it's between the Middle Foundation, which is an entrepreneurship initiative driven by the group chairman of the United Bank for Africa, which, as it is today, out of Kenya, we have over 680 Kenyans who are beneficiaries of the program. The Tony Middle Foundation Entrepreneurship Initiative is one that seeks to train and empower young African entrepreneurs, cutting across the 54 African countries, training them to be worthy entrepreneurs, and at the end of the day, the beneficiaries of the program get $5,000 seed capital to invest in their business or to set up a fresh entrepreneurship activity. I do know that actually earlier this year we had a workshop in conjunction with the State Department for Information, and I think Madam was there, where we try to make known to all the 47 countries to the representatives of the activities of the Tony Middle Foundation, and encourage the youth within each of the countries to be part of it. The only thing they need is to be aware, apply, and get to be part of it. It's not something that is tied to maybe your qualification or your experience, but more of the idea that you carry as a young person in terms of entrepreneurship. And I'm happy to announce that this year's application, Kenya did actually get the highest number of applications while we wait for the results of the various applications and see how many Kenyans are getting qualified or selected as beneficiaries for this year. So it's an annual event, and I'm hoping that by being here today, we're able to, through the Ministry of Youth, Culture and Development, that more Kenyans from Kisumu will be able to apply for the next one, which is going to be open January to March next year. It's what my group chairman calls democratizing law across Africa, because it has nothing to do with your qualification, simply hinged around your idea in terms of creating entrepreneurship and making the youth more productive in the county. Then finally, this year we had an initiative that we just completed, still under the Central Middle Foundation, which was called the Green Initiative, in encouraging youths who have their business plans or initiatives within the waste management space. This is like coming after the African Climate Summit that are held in Kenya this year. So that program, as at last count at the end of last month, we had over 1,000 Kenyans that applied, and this 1,000 Kenyans that applied will be taken through a 12-week training program. At the end of the day, 120 of them will be selected as beneficiaries and given $5,000 in capital to set up their business in that space, waste management and run. So for us, speaking from two sides, one is from the end of the bank, then the second is from the end of the foundation, for us to be able to ensure that, look, we are part of the Festac initiative because we are Africa's global bank. Thank you so much.
I think we don't have much time because I have a group waiting for me already in my office.
All right.
So maybe we can go to the certificate ceremony.
Okay.
And then we shall take a picture of the team.
Yes, sir.
Yeah? For that? Our price will be.
Yes.
Oh, well, just give it to them. I don't need to read. Just give it to them. Because they read them. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. So let's do this.
So, I think we have begin from here. Okay. So I am going to do two presentations. The first one is to appoint Mr. Akech Ubak Masira as our official festival ambassador for Festac 2024 in Kisumu. The second one, this one is coming out of my heart. This is joy. So I've followed you a lot, sir. And even though you don't know me, I've followed you in the social media and spiritual world. I love the way you dress, and if nothing else, your pictures are all over with stuff like this, and I love it. So I love what you do in your clothing. So number one. Number two, I saw videos of you singing on the stage. I said it before. So please clear your voice. God will give you good health in May. You will sing by the grace of God in May. That was not, I'm not begging, I'm begging. He will sing. Okay, that was agreed. Can I say that, sir? But this is the official certificate at the old city of Kisumu, and we thank you all very much.
And this is the city manager.
Oh, lovely.
Mr. Bagalanga.
Okay.
You store this certificate for me.
Okay. You can start the Festac team first.
Festac team comes.
Okay.
You are part of the Festac team.
Abala. Leave the certificate now.
CEO.
Grace. Okay, now here.
Okay.
Okay.
And the bank is
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
You from UBA, from UBA. You can't, in my culture, you can't go and receive a key empty-handed.
Yeah.
So this is from UBA.
Very good. I think it's a million shillings.
Thank you.
Before you go, please, this young man have to take picture. Come. You know, he came late. He was supposed to give the vote of thanks, and it's a pleasure to have him here.
Okay.
Please take a picture.
I think I know very well.
We know that.
Thank you.
Humphrey is also.
Okay, good. Okay, join us. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Good. I have to run.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Good to see you, sir.
But I leave me in the hands of God.
Yes.
And the team.
Yes, we are not ready. Looking for in bringing to Kisumu County should go beyond just arts and culture. You should go into the youth, you should go into sports, you should go into diaspora initiatives, climate change initiatives. business exhibition, bring in food, fashion. So everyone in the county is welcome. No matter what you do, you can get a value in what we are doing. We have been very grateful to have had a great festival director in the name of Mr. Obat Masira, who is going to be the one, our face here to run the project. We will also have an office at the Grace Onyango Center. So if anybody have any questions, any time of the day or the month prior to the festival, you will see somebody representing us there and you can ask your questions. Happy to be here. Again, thank you very much. On behalf of myself, our Honorable Minister, as well as all my team members that you see here, we're going to form a team to work. We look forward to support, but especially in the business world. We like financial support and for supporting what we are doing. We are going to set up, in addition to the office, we'll set up an account here in Kisumu that all support should be directed to, so that we can account and control what is being done and make sure we deliver the maximum based on what we have. Again, thank you very much. Thank you for opening the door, welcoming us. I can't wait to have my gali and the fish. That's what they are feeding me today, right? Europe. Okay, Europe. So get ready for me tonight. Thank you all very much.
And Mr. Yinka.
Yinka, yes.
Adinye.
Great question. Definitely we have some people we've worked with before. As a matter of fact, I was telling my team yesterday, you know, one of the things we do with festival now is to focus a lot on the youth. So you can't look at someone like me with my boring music, right? In my own age, we have to pick up on the youth. For example, last year in Arusha, we had a young man called Lord Eyes, who is the biggest rapper in Tanzania. He actually called me 2 days ago, say, boss, I have to be in Kisumu. So we have a lot of young guys like that. There are some other people that also came with the Misango group earlier this year. They will also be there. The way we try to do it is to do at least 80% of what happens to be local culture, because we also want to promote the local culture. For example, we brought the Leswanyika to Arusha last year, and they are also getting ready. So paint the town for them in terms of the older music. Leswanyika will be here. What is this? Ungala? That's our dance. I've been practicing. So you're going to see me dance when we come in there. And so we're going to have a focus on Rumba and also local music for there. So there's going to be a whole lot of that, but we have to come in from outside. But 80% is local. We're also going to make room for people that are upcoming. So there'll be cultural festival every day. A period of time will be set aside for people that are just coming up. It's called open mic, because we want them to come and perform, and maybe some of the international visitors can see our local hidden gems and they have opportunities. So that's what the plan is.
Okay, Mr. Yinka, I mean, I was just wondering, low-hanging fruits for the event in Kisumu or in Kenya, and then United Bank of Africa re-emphasizing on you are talking of youths, sort of some involvement, low-hanging for.
Let me start that first, because I think it's critical, and I'll give over to my brother from UBA. Like I said earlier, the focus on Festac today is on the youth. So a lot of what we do is to bring the youth inside what we do. Yesterday, when they did Festac in 77 and 66, there was a lot of focus on older people. So today, when you talk Festac, our youth don't know what Festac is. So we want to use culture to bring them in, and sports and STEM education to bring them in. While they are in, they will hear some possibilities of things that they can do to be better, and then they can take advantage of that. One of them is the program that UBA is doing, and I'll let our chairman of UBA Kenya talk about their program. So what they will do during that event, they might hold a session with the kids, and then the kids can get a knowledge on what opportunities are there, and then maybe even what you are currently doing right now, you can mention that. So the kids know what's out there as opportunity for them to take advantage of. So what are you, Mr. Iswe?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Chike Isue is my name, CEO for UBA Kenya. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. So Chike Isue is my name, CEO for UBA Kenya. As a bank, which we are, and as a Pan-African bank, we care especially for Africa. We today operate out of 20 African countries, inclusive of Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, DRC, and these are countries within the East African region. For us, it's important that we focus on areas that promote youth activity, like within the SME business space, to ensure that our youths are able to set up businesses, run their businesses, and progress with their businesses. And to assist in that respect is our relationship with the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which is a foundation owned and run by our group chairman, Mr. Tony Elumelu. It's a program that started across Africa since 2015, and as of today, Kenya beneficiaries is a total of over 680 beneficiaries out of Kenya. The program is one that seeks to identify, train, and support young African entrepreneurs in setting up their business or in enhancing their capacity to run their business. And the enhancement of capacity comes from the area of training. Within the process of application and final selection of the beneficiaries, the applicants that are selected at first level are trained for a period of between 6 to 12 weeks. The training encompasses business knowledge, succession planning, accounting, and so many areas, that knowledge that you need to be able to run a business successfully. Then finally, the beneficiaries, when selected, get a seed capital of $5,000 to either use to set up the business or enhance the business that they are currently running. The most important input into this application process is the business idea that you have. It has nothing to do with your qualifications or what you have done. It's simply speaking to the idea that you have, because that is what is aimed at setting up a good and a sustainable business. So that is that part of it, because we love Africa, and like my chairman will say, democratizing luck across Africa is one of the best ways to set up entrepreneurship and ensure that Africans are able to set up businesses, run their businesses, and eradicate poverty out of Africa. So those are the two areas where we believe that with Festac in Kisumu, we are able to support the program, and more importantly, be able to galvanize the youth to realize their potentials and seek to achieve. Thank you so much.
The 5,000 is a grant. $5,000 is a grant.
Yeah, it's a grant.
Not
yes.
alone.
Not alone.
Thank you. I think we're done. And we are expecting over 6,000 guests within this week. So we have the capacity, we have the chance, and we are ready to what can be done within this week.
We are having, yeah, please, we are having public lecture by PLO Lumumba. Can you please come over?
All the guests, can you please move the body? All the guests, can you please move? This for PLO. This is it. Can you please sit down? We are almost starting just before we begin. Can you invite for our prayer and answer that way? Okay, relax. We are still waiting for 1 more hour. How many guests have just arrived? Professor Theodore Lumumba, can you please rise for Professor Theodore Lumumba? Welcome, Professor Theodore Lumumba. Well, have a seat. Can you please sit down? And right now we are going to start with the national anthem. So in this, yeah, thank you very much. So we have 3 countries that are converged here. So we have South Africa, we have Nigeria, and we have Kenya. So let us start with our national anthem, Kenya. And can you please forever? National anthem, please. Kenya. Can you please stand up? Next is Nigerian national anthem. Nigeria. And lastly, South African national anthem. Thank you very much. Can you please sit down? And we request a volunteer to come on stage and pray for us. Who is ready? Please inspire. Madam, welcome.
Hello everyone, we're doing great. Let's believe and pray. Our dear and everlasting Father, we come before you this day. We want to appreciate you for allowing us to converge in this place. You have secured our guests and you have given them dwelling mercy to come and arrive at this place, O Lord. We pray that your blood will cover each and everyone in this building, that we may receive the message that is going to be given unto us as the youth, and that we may be empowered and that we may wake up and we may act upon what we are given for a greater nation and a greater continent as Africa. You have brought us together regardless of wherever places we are coming from, so that we can unite Africa, so that we can become a great nation. And we believe that your will be done today. It's in Jesus' name I do pray. Amen.
So thank you very much. So today we give the declaration and the endorsement of Kisumu City as the next host of the 5th World Congress and African Festival of Arts and Culture. So we are happy that we have a number of our experts traveling far wide to be part and parcel of this celebration. So why don't we clap for our international guests who are going to visit the part of the world. So today marks the beginning of a long journey. This festival started in the year 1966. So Kisumu will have the opportunity of what they eat after many years, maybe after 45 years. So that means there is something important. And I want to say something about this center. Which is very important. This center can be known as Mama Grace Onyango Cultural and Social Center. This center was organized in 1960. And this is one of the places in Kenya where the cultural center was also started. There was a cultural center, and also sporting activities. So the first name of this center, when it was inaugurated, was known as African Social Center or African Social Hall. Within a year also, the name changed. Why did the name change? There was a conflict between the Africans and Asians. During that time, East Africa was one. It was East Africa which was under the British colonial government. So the name, during that period of time, the Asians and the Africans conflicted over the use of this space. At that time, there was an organization based known as East African Railways and Harbors, where they produced for employment in the entire East Africa. So the Africans were not happy when the Asians came to use this place. A fight broke out. At that time, the mayor of Kisumu was known as Stanley Everett, and the director of African Affairs, the director of African Affairs, then they decided, they asked the Africans why was there conflict, and they said the name of this place is called African Social Hall. Who have given the Asians the space to use their space? So the name changed. So the second name of this place was Victoria Social Hall. So Victoria was the queen mother. So that was the second name of this place. Then, just before independence, the second name changed to Kisumu Social Center. And the first director of this place was Mr. Manati. The first director was Mr. Manati. The first other director was Mr. Elso, who eventually graduated to become the mayor of Kisumu. Then later, in the year 2020, the government individual decided to change the name from Kisumu Social Center to Mama Grace Onyango Social Center. Why Mama Grace Onyango? Mama Grace Onyango is or was the most celebrated icon of Kisumu. She was a high-tech. Even after she became the mayor in 1965, the first woman mayor in East and Central Africa. Then in 1969, she also became the first woman elected member of parliament. Then later she graduated, she became the first woman elected deputy speaker. In 1968, she became the first and only woman elected secretary general of Blue Union, not Blue Council of Elders. I think the difference. Not Blue Council of Elders, but Blue Union East Africa, where Blue has property in the entire East and Central Africa. So that is why the name, this year, the name changed, so the name is now Mama Grace Onyango Cultural and Social Center. So we look upon the artists to provide some entertainment. Queen, are you present? Queen of that? Queen of that come on stage. Queen of that is going to recite a poem celebrating achievement of Mama Grace Onyango. We have achieved and prepare yourself. The Catholic beat, kindly prepare yourself before we go to the introduction. Are you ready? So, Queen, are you there? Queen, are you ready? So, Queen, prepare yourself. I want to give the opportunity to the chairman of Festac Africa to introduce the guests and then we continue. Welcome, Engineer Yinka Abiori. Why don't we move on together for thank you.
Hello everybody, my name is Yinka Abiori. I'm the chairman of Festac Africa. You want to introduce yourself to everybody or you want them to introduce themselves? Okay? Yes. You want them to introduce themselves or I do it? Because I think they can take their hands better because there are big people I have around me. So in the start of my good friend and kicking, please start out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jambo. My name is Chike Sewell. I'm the MD CEO of UBA Kenya Company. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon. I think most of you know me, Professor Lugora. I am a board member of Mama Grace Social Center. I also work at the Relations Secretary General. And the gentleman behind the current clinic, the machine there, that predict careers 30 years in advance. We will be here before we launch it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, I know it's in the afternoon and it would be nice to be tired. My name is Grace Mumo. I am Festac Africa CEO. Thank you.
That's better, by the way. Really good afternoon. My name is Lekono Lobeha and I'm the festival director.
My name is Brenda Ulono. I'm a
Good afternoon. My name is Bala. I am an advocate for business in Kenya and a friend of Festac. I'm a good friend here.
Good afternoon. My name is Pierre Lumumba. I'm a friend of Festac. Thank you.
So thank you very much. This is a center of creativity and this has been the highest period of activity. Queen of that on stage. Queen.
Hello everyone. My name is Jaquila Achenoda and I'll be presenting a poem in recognition of Mama Grace Onyango. Ay, ay,
In 2020, the Kisumu County Governor, Honorable Professor Peter Anyamnyongo, renamed the Kisumu Social Center an old colonial relic to Mama Grace Onyango Social Center. In recognition of these rare jewels and ancestral matron whose selfless contributions in education, social, cultural, political, and community services that span several fruitful decades. Grace Onyango remains an iconic, legendary star shining over lakeside city of Kisumu. Grace Onyango is Kisumu's rare jewel. Kisumu even of an entire generation. Let's celebrate the song of an iconic legend, Mama Grace Onyango, aka Nyabubu. She is like an eternal sunshine illuminating generations as a flowering plant with intoxicating fragrance in social cultural landscapes. Unproductive as a bee seeking great nectar, as our music and dances, grassroots follows our poetry and transmission and the vision for writers, artists, and creativity. And when you're always dignified and impressive in her rhetorical, traditional elegance. Her modesty, a tribute to her roots and Africanness, defining a lady, a woman, and a matron. Nilikutazama moyo wangu kipenzi changu ndakuyanga Nyabubu owaki Atma, as she was entirely referred to, always simple, kind, loving, open, and impassioned. Besides being a devoted school teacher and a social activist, becoming the first elected woman mayor of Kisumu town, then later becoming the first elected woman member of parliament for Kisumu town in 1969. Grace, and may your first. The first elected female deputy speaker of the National Assembly and the first elected woman general secretary of the Luo Union East Africa, Rio Martelo, and perhaps the first woman to excel in a male-dominated world as a courageous pathfinder in the jungle of affirmative action. A practical, Grace was a practical trailblazer for gender equity and equality, and a Grace go-getter in a competitive world. A trendsetter in addressing and readdressing the societal issues of concern, and an exemplary role model for future generations. Grace. Grace remains an inspiration to everybody who graces the stage. Yes, a stage in a center. A center fittingly renamed after her for social and cultural enterprises, now renovated by the AFT, the French government, with the best modern facilities and professionally managed to offer creativity of all things, the academia, the intellectuals, the visual and performing arts, and of course, the common man, all in vivid tribute to our unique Lord soul. Grace of magnetic memory, the sparkling daughter of South Congo Bay. In your lifetime, you're witnessing the convergence of all Africa's health, digital inventions and innovations, converging at Kisumu High Citadel, known as Mama Grace Onyango Social Center, converging to celebrate the unique, memorable and great achievements of Kisumu and beyond. From Mayor to Member of Parliament and to Grace Onyango Foundation, the GOF launches Mayor Arcade Nyabungu.
Next on stage, we want to introduce you to a dance. All industries are based here at Mama Grace Onyango. And we say, this is the citadel of us. One fine dance. Welcome on stage.
Ah!
never knew you were someone waiting for me. We were just kids and fell in love, and knowing who we were, I will not give you up. Time just seems true. Your heart is open, and your eyes are
welcome, please. Hello. I am Charlotte Media. I'm an artist in Kisumu for I go by the name Ashila Music. It's my alias, my music name as well. The Festac dedication, thank you so much for your parents. I'm happy to see
Karibuni Kenya, that's how we welcome people in Kenya. So right now I'm going to do America by studying events who I think kids are to in America.
Bye.
you very much. Very much. Shout out to Tina. Right now I want to call upon the dancing team. The dancing team is also a dance that is here. Some of the dancing team of the dancing team performing the World Festival in England this year. Last year they were in Australia. Dancing team, the welcome of the day. So that is showing the world. This year they were in England. Last year they were in Australia. That's the big Australia. We are also starting our public lecture by Professor Pierre Lumumba. In the house of Marcelo National School. Marcelo National School, this right now. Let us meet Marcelo National School. In the previous class, Marcelo and Alliance used to contest here, debating. There was a lot of debating between Marcelo High School and Alliance High School at this particular podium. Welcome Marcelo National School. Karibu sana. After this preparing, after that team is preparing, I want to call upon the board member of Mama Grace Onyango Cultural and Social Center. Mama Grace Onyango has a board, and the center is not still autonomous. And in the board, we have a number of personalities. One of them is Dr. Medio Pelo. Dr. Medio Pelo is the first one past manager in and Central Africa. We also have Professor Alfred Obora. Professor Alfred Obora is the founder of African Talent University and is also one of the initiators of CPC Kenya. We also have Dr. Malaki Apuro from Australia University. We have Mr. Ramesh Mehta, represent the Asian Indians and minority. We have Madam Eunice Achero, representing people with disability. And we also have representative from the Department of Culture, Department of Finance, and we also have a representative of the Kisumu City Council. So right now, I want to call upon Professor Alfred Obora to welcome our international guest and to give a brief or welcoming speech. Professor Alfred Obora, please go to the house of representatives.
Thank you very much indeed, the CEO. We must clap for Pat Masira one more time. Let's do it. Very briefly, Pat Masira is very aggressive. So aggressive to see that they pushed me out of the US to come and make Mama Cristiano a talent sector. Just for your knowledge, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things we done here before I became a board member is to donate approximately $250,000 worth talent clinic. I know the thing is that's a medical clinic. This is a machine fitted with a lot of things. We'll be able to perform 5-year-old child. You know the career 25 years in the country. So that you as a parent, you don't do guesswork. That same machine is enabling us today to ensure that adults that either shift themselves out of normal traditional academics because math was not making sense, or they were kicked out because the gene was too big. Yet themselves, they are the ones who are employing those building voters. We are able to reclaim your credit values. In other words, it is able to do reverse engineering and find you when you are 8 to 10 years old. And so, if you want to invest in another venture, you will know where it is best to venture in. If you need to have a degree, we have the credit values, which now a number of universities which are now members of that federation are able to issue your degrees based on one, your natural talents, two, life achievements, and your work experiences. I think those are very important things for people who are sitting in this room. But I want to say a few more things. We went to Mombasa, one young man presented himself that is a boxer. We were looking and we found him from those strong potentials. That young man is Cordelia King. He sent me yesterday. He's now in Ireland, in Belfast. He's going to use professional boxing for the first time on full sponsorship. Last year, I was in Elroy when we were launching a similar machine. We found a child who could not eat normally. When we assessed through the machine, we found what's called a speed brother in the tongue. We found the child to be a wine coffee taster. What that means, you can't make alcohol in bulk until people's special taste buds taste and confirm that is of good use. Otherwise, you're going to go waste. And you need your 1.5 million in 10 minutes. That is what Robert is talking about. That is the education that I perceive should be in Kenya and the rest of Africa. Not the education that makes you learn to look for a job and make you a slave for the job, but education that makes you learn to know how to think and do it differently. It is for that reason that I'm very passionate about the social center. And it's for that reason I want people sitting in front here to understand. We want to give these young people here, who may not be endowed academically, to have a ticket to success. To you young people, it is okay to show your talent, but it is something else to earn out of your talent. One of the ways to make sure that you earn out of your innate ability is to have a professional report. Just like if you want funding for a medical course, you must have a doctor's medical report to confirm this sickness so that you can fundraise. For that reason, the people I've mentioned and many others have been able to achieve international funding for their innate ability because there was a professional assessment, a professional attached report. That is key. We knew it was going to be expensive if you put that in a private enterprise. So any person who works here, do you doing walking? Do you doing boxing? Do you singing? Do you doing what? Part of the equipment you donated here are for the recording studios. Be for anything small. We got a number of equipment here so that when we assess you, we can validate those and show that you are capable of that, and then connect you with that international funding so that it can work for you. It is of no use spending days in, months in, years in this social center, and then you become the example of the artist that is selling some piece of art along Kibuye market. The young people behind you will think that art is good. But when they see, like Armando Tazzini in Malindi, who sells one piece of art for $1 million, then you can see the duos here will go Japan. I can assure you that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you, Festac, particularly to Kisumu City. The success the success of Festac is key to me as a person. As World Talent Federation Secretary of the World Conference for Gifted and Talented in Africa. 3 weeks ago, we won that bid for Africa. At that conference, we shall be having more than 10,000 delegates. At the moment, we have essentially agreed that we're going to Kenya. And I mentioned to some people when we met the government this morning that riding on the success of Festac, we want to bring those 10,000 delegates to Kisumu. How about that? And that's why we want Festac to be a great success, and I can assure you as a moderator of Mama Grace Onyango Social Center, and as a Kisumu resident, my home is not far from here. This is my county. I can assure you I'll do everything in my power to make sure that Festac succeeds, so that I have the ticket to go and show in their face and tell them, what I say, Kisumu is the place. After all, we hosted our cities, the same city, over 10,000 delegates. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdul. Again, as Professor Nyomo says, there is no need for us to work on the ground with the chicken. Let us go up and fly with the eagle. Right now, I want to call upon the dancing feet and say, the dancing feet is based here, and the dancing feet this year they were performing in England in a world festival. Last year they were in Australia, dancing feet on the stage. Last year they were also in Senegal. Welcome the dancing feet. Let's give them a rousing welcome. Thank you very much. That is Dancing Feet. Dancing Feet has been invited to Arusha in early November. Why don't we give them a hard applause? Yeah, they scholarship when they want it. So I said, Dancing Feet, the best year. Last year, some of them were invited to go to train in Senegal. Last year, they also participated in another World Festival in Australia. This year, they participated in another World Festival in Britain. So that shows you how big this center is. So right now, as we're still waiting, is there another dance team that is ready? Modeling, are you there? Are you there? So maybe Salsa group, are you there? Huh? Salsa.
Thank you very much for the incident. Now, we are almost moving to the public lecture, and those who are students who must go back. And we have a very number of entertainments that we present. So right now, I want to
call upon the chairman of Festac Africa to talk about what is Festac Africa, the history of Festac Africa, and the journey of Festac Africa up to Kisumu, and what they anticipate Festac is going to be. And after that, we call Professor Pio Lumumba to give a lecture on the role of youth in shaping the Africa's future. So, I now want to call upon Engineer Inka Abiro to take us through the journey of Festac Africa and how Festac Africa has arrived in Kisumu and what is the expectation. Let's put our hands together for Engineer all the way from Nigeria. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here. As our demonstrators were dancing and moving, I was trying to move my feet, but my stomach was not moving. I couldn't move my feet and keep on to them. So I got a lot of work to do. I appreciate the time of when I was in my 20s and my 50s and what you can do with your body. But it's a pleasure to be here. It's a great pleasure to be here. For one big thing, you come into an environment, my first time in Kisumu was 2 months ago, and the long show to us. Undoubtedly made me know we are home. So there were good things around that. In the interest of time, I think it's important for us to know where we are coming from, so that we know where we are going. I'm going to be going later, but that is why we schedule the beautiful thing. To have Professor Pio Lumumba talk to us about the youth, because the future is where we want to go as people. Festac was designed as far back as the early 60s. In the early 60s, I will actually say the late 50s, when our young leaders back then were thinking about the end of colonization. One of the things they designed back then to say, to bring our people back and to bring them together, we have to use culture as a platform to bring all of us together. Colonization has divided a lot of us. A lot of our countries have lines drawn. Let me just take a very, very easy example. Tanzania, Kenya, the Maasai family. You know, I like what the Uriah did that instead, I don't know if the video. Instead of I said I'm in Tanzania, I'm now in Kenya. But everybody else wants to do it, have to get a passport, a visa, and all those things that go on. That is what was done to Africa. And it's time for Africa and Africans to reverse that. Make it one continent or one country, the African country. And those are the elements of what we are trying to do. Let me take this point to send the message upstairs. One of the things our people are doing on the continental level is something called One African Passport. Just take a while to get there. I think if we just start to visa for every African passport in any African countries, I think that will take what they are quicker than trying to get one passport in all the continent and we have a problem. So, in the early 60s, the idea was, let's do a festival of art and culture to bring us together. The first Festac was done by the late President Leopold Sedar Senghor in Senegal in 1966. A successful event. After 66, it was supposed to be something done every 2 to 4 years, and traveling around the continent. Nigeria was supposed to be next. Unfortunately, Nigeria went to civil war in 1967. The civil war lasted about 3 to 4 years, killed a lot of life unnecessarily. I'm going to draw that because that is another thing that we shouldn't have done, but part of the game comes together moving forward. So, Nigeria was not able to do the second one until 1977, which is what Mr. was saying earlier. 77 was a very, very big one. As a teenager, 77 was
the so-called Black Power, Navy, Black Pride. And it brought a lot of pride to all of us back then. 77 was extremely successful. There was a village built of almost about 3,000 to 4,000 boats to welcome all the guests that came from all over the world into Nigeria for a month. 77 saw a lot of coming together and collaborations. I remember going to Lagos and seeing Stevie Wonder, seeing Quincy Jones, all that of people, those heroes of ours back then, come together with Africans. South Africans mixing with West Africans, East Africans, coming together and doing collaborations that we were able to use for togetherness. 77 again was extremely successful, and I guess for its success, nobody was to join on the down to continue it for 45 years. Something that was a treasure on our continent, we neglected it for 45 years. I'm going to skip into 2022 in the interest of time. We got together with some folks and some of our leaders around the continent, and we brought the Festac back in 2022. There were a lot of legacy and partner reasons for bringing the Festac back. Number one, in 1966 and 1977, Festac was done on a country or governmental level, all right? And so there was not enough program design to talk about trade, so trade was not even talked about. Also, in all the programs, children were able to attend. But I can tell you one thing, even as 2 minutes as the young lady that prayed for us, she has entered the books of Festac. And she can say in 2023 or over 18, I prayed at the Festac event. That was a beautiful thing because now you can see we are including the youth. Our debating society from this university, the participants, you are part of what we are doing today. So what we've done with Festac is to say, Festac 66 was in April, Festac 77 was in January. So we said the first thing we have to do to make sure this thing doesn't die again is to commit it to every year. You know, when you are on something negative all the time, this side is happening, and you want to go to this side, you have to swing your way to the other side, right? It's called pendulum. Anyone that knows what I'm talking about, right? So you keep doing this until you get to a certain point. We've neglected something for 45 years, so we have to aggressively do everything and move it around the continent for consciousness and for awareness. So what we've done with it is to say, going forward, Festac will be every May. Why? Because May is Africa Month. It will revolve around May 25th because it's Africa Day, a time for us to celebrate who we are and come together. We did the first one after 45 years in 2022 in Zanzibar, a very successful event. And I guess my brother Obama Masira here heard something called Festac coming back again. And last in May, we did the second one in Arusha, Tanzania. Of course, we were communicating with him, and he said, I'm bringing the Misango coming out of Kisumu to the event. So for us, it was great to see counties sending people to come and represent themselves. As we entered the event on the first day of Monday, our guest of honor of the day was no other than Professor Pierre Lumumba. And I guess they knew one another before. So Professor said, oh, Mr. Yinka, don't go without talking to this man here. I want to talk to you. So I stepped outside and I talked to him and he said, let me take you back. I missed going to Festac 1977. I am very happy to be here. 46 years later, or 46 years later, to be part of Festac 2023. I pray and I wish Festac to come to Kisumu by road town soon. We said that, I think it was May 27th, before we started. Talking about prayers and the answer. Talking about what to say, in which say a positive to yourself, because it surely could happen. So May 22nd, 2023, I did not know I was standing here today with the declaration of Festac in Kisumu. So we started talking back. We actually have about 4 countries interested in Festac. And interestingly, when I say 4 countries, I meant countries, but even within some countries, we have 2 or 3 different cities or states coming and saying, come and look at us. Inside Kenya, we had about 3 or 4 counties also that were suggesting that we should make them the center of what we do. About 2 months ago, I think I was here, right? Was it 2 months ago? And after coming in, seeing your Grace Medical Center, seeing the vibrant view of Kisumu, seeing the facilities you have in Kisumu, and seeing the positivity and the potential of adding value to Kisumu was a very easy decision. And hence, we need Kisumu. By the time we met on that day, and Mr. Masura said to me, what did you think? I think you are, I said this word exactly. I was getting in my taxi over there. I said we are at least 98% sure we are coming here. And I think that's what you needed to hear that. Don't worry. 2% as well, I will do that, planting your social media. So you won't have any choice but to come here. And it's not a wonderful job. It's preparing and pushing us to realize the value and the positive in Kisumu. I will also go back and thank the Excellency, the Governor, for taking the money and the time to send the group to Arusha. Because if they didn't come to Arusha, we would not have met them. And this is what we say leadership is critical. You have to be selfless leaders to look around you and give your people the opportunity. It's also the reason why we support what Masura what he does, because everyone that focuses on the youth is got Bible in a lot of things we are. In the interest of time, let me tell you what to expect in May 2024, the 20th of May to the 26th of May. It's going to be a world week. I know you have your publicity here, but we born, right? We're not born. I don't know how this did, but we're coming here to bring a lot of love to Kisumu. And we hope to get it back from all the people who are invited from all over the world. When we were in Arusha, we had a lot of people from the US, from I think Netherlands, Costa Rica, Jamaica, and I think maybe 1 or 2 Brazilians, and all over other countries in Africa. We are mobilizing people from all over the world to come here in May. And we hope you open your hands into welcoming them and giving them the best of time. We also ask that different and geography within this country, Kenya, and different tribes to focus on coming as a chance to showcase their country and the tribes. We welcome all tribes. Did you guys see me dancing when I came into it? Wasn't I good? So wait till you see me in May. I will dance all the tribal dances. I'm practicing. I will tell you that I'm still. I'm working on that. So we ask that the government of the nation to take over this as an opportunity, because this thing will not roll to Kenya again for a while. Although, the center of the attraction. Once we've done the festival here, you will have a representation of the festival every year going forward. But we are trying to touch all the nations on the continent. And it will be rotating around. But we are looking for the support from the national government as well as other counties to to send their own representative to come here, not only to even push on their culture alone, bring their SMEs, support SMEs to come here. But there's going to be an exhibition. And then we can also do probably maybe Kenya stuff to be going out of the country. It's going to be a week starting on Sunday. My team has told me I should tell you the opening ceremony strategy. They said if you tell me, I don't think I should give you all the week. But Sunday the 19th is going to be a wonderful time in Kisumu. That's going to be the opening ceremony. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So once we launch on Sunday, on Monday we are going to have cultural and art activities every day from about 12 o'clock to about 11 to 12 at night. I have people in Kisumu Valley. I walked over there last night and I saw some people in the joints back there. I said, this place is quiet. But before at night, I say people act the vibes at night. So you don't see some vibes back there, which is what we expect. So the cultural piece will be good. But there's one thing I want to say specifically about that. One of the things we believe our big name in entertainment and arts today become who we are. We started from somewhere. During every day of that, of about 2 to 3 hours, will be dedicated to open mics. Any talented, if you are very good in the shower and you sing in the shower, and your parents say, shower! Because every time you get in the shower, the first thing you sing by going to the shower, you may have a hidden talent. Come up here, take the microphone, sing. If your voice is cracky, we'll still clap for you and we'll laugh at you. But you never know, you might also pick up the wrong diamonds among us. So that's on the art and culture. On the business, there will be business exhibition for all USMEs. Bring your little businesses which will become big because you will have a chance to become a continental business and sell what you do. You might wonder what you're doing that you think is a small thing. Nobody else is doing it. You are able to pick up a business where you start shipping your product all over Africa or maybe beyond Africa. So that is critical. We don't have climate change initiatives, things that affect our life. Alright? The diaspora, you heard about the diaspora people, the projects that Tony Foundation is doing. We're going to get a chance to say some more about that, so you guys get a feel for what that is. Another way that we said we wanted to have youth in what we do is utilization of STEM education, okay, and sports to bring our youth in. Majority of the ones we've done, we've always kept to about 3 sports. Of course, soccer is big in Africa, right? And basketball is big in Africa. And we take golf to invite mostly the older people. We have a lot of kids play golf now too. Invite them into the program. But when we get here a couple of months ago, and once we told them what we want, I got a feel that almost all the sports federations in Kisumu are saying we are not going to be left out. So not only do you see art and culture that week, you may see a lot of sports going on. The rugby guys are talking, the field hockey guys are talking, right? Who else is talking? The rugby talking, the field hockey, and I know which one, netball, and volleyball. So for the basketball, so what we try to do with sports is also to bring the big name to everything we do, but especially in sport, as inspiration for the youth. We are working, thank you, we are working with a current NBA player named Jordan Mura. For the basketball guys, he plays for Indiana Pacers. And his foundation is going to come here to host the basketball clinic in partnership with the Basketball Federation to give opportunities to people. Actually, I just finished up last week, I have not told you, a guy by the name Lou Russell, who's an American. He has 2 rings in his hand from the NBA. He heard about what we are doing. Through some people he called me last week. he said, I'm going to Kisumu with you also. And so that's how we are picking up the young followers. And we are bringing all of them along for whatever value they come to bring to you. So that's that. So we got sports, we got STEM education, we have the business side. Then we also make sure that when we bring them into the country, we try to keep them around for tourism purposes also. Because our contribution to the nation should also go to tourism, which is a big thing in this country. So we ask the Minister of Tourism to also make sure they become part of this thing. The Marshall Mara and all the visits locations around the country. But when the people coming out for the festival, we want them to at least take another week for traveling Kenya. The only way we're going to go together as the nation, the African nation, is visiting one another, traveling one another, understanding one another. We all have our individual challenges. We are good people and bad people, just like any other country or any other continent does. Okay? If you close your eyes to all the bad people to go to pass you, some good people will also pass you. And we are opening our eyes to make sure we tap on Africa. And please get yourself ready. May 20th to 26th, 2024. You're going to see us here in football. What we are doing is also setting up a small office here, so that we can do a lot of things quickly and aggressively as we get ready for the program. I thank you very much. We look forward to be back here, and we can't wait. Asante sana. Thank you very much. That is the chairman of Festac Africa. Now we're moving to another category. We are now moving to public discourse. As I say, Professor Okomakite planted a seed for intellectual public discourse. And right now, I want to call upon Professor Alfred Obola. He introduced to us Professor Theo Obola, so that Theo Obola can take over. Let's put our hands together for Professor Alfred Obola, the World Secretary for the World Talent Federation. Welcome.
He has the only board member present, they're all my guests. So, Professor Kila Lumumba is an advocate of the High Court, Kenya and Tanganyika. His friend and a colleague. We have got to do in talent, and for what reason we are here. Professor Kila Lumumba Christ in the year 2020 accepted to be the African Talent Envoy. Yani yeye ni balozi ya talanta bara la Afrika. Ndiye makofi kabla. In that regard, has a very soft heart for people doing something different. Myself, when I was struggling to put up the University of Kuwait, that place where the traffic comes, there are a lot of yoga meditation, and the one who did that university. When I was struggling, he told me, don't give up. I can never forget those words. No, any one day, whatever the challenge, don't give up because you need something. And he says that, that's the one I'm talking about. He doesn't shy away to sacrifice for a good cause. Personally, he's taken me to Tanzania to launch the self-calculated blood machine known as human biometric machine, the one to predict careers. Recently, while we did in Kampala, Makerere University belonged another name. Just prior to that, we met the president of Malawi, Dr. Lazarus Chakwera, at Burusi Palace in Lilongwe. Put another one in that country. These were all heritage machines. This is the effort of this gentleman that you have here. That is beyond the ones you know on YouTube, the ones you know within the other social media handles. He is a Pan-Africanist, a strong Pan-Africanist, a man who believes that we do have values. All we have to do is to accept that we do have those values so that they can shine. May we all rise up now to welcome Professor Gilbert.
Of these words, I've asked Oban Masera to have faith. We may sit down. Because typically, when one is asked to deliver a lecture, one does, but I'm not do so. So I want the song to be played before I say a few words. The song by Baraka Mwishehe Maruka. Listen to the word very carefully. How many of you here young people have ever listened to Baraka Mwishehe Maruka? How many of you have listened to Baraka Mwishehe Maruka? That song is about young people in Africa. And I could very well say that after you've listened to that song, I need not deliver any lecture. How many of you have read any book written by Shaban bin Robert? You are young people, we are talking about you. How many of you have read a book written by Shaban bin Robert? Anyone of them? Kusadikika or Kutubora Mkulima? None of you. How many of you have read Chinua Achebe's Chike and the River? He is Chike. The book was written in 1966, Chike and the River. How many of you have read Mokotpa Bitek, Songs of Lawino and Songs of Ochol? How many of you have read Crying the Beloved Country by Alan Pan? How many of you have read Atol Fugger's Blood Knot? How many of you have read Mugi Wa Thiong'o's The River Between? How many of you, because it was a set book, how many of you have read Jody Ram's Muntu? I say this because young Africans are going nowhere if they don't. We can only be good Africans when we read. This is part of my lecture. How many of you here have heard of a person called Amilcar Cabral? When you say you know him, I'll ask you a few more questions. How many of you have heard of Amilcar Cabral? How many of you have heard of Simon Kapwewe? How many of you have heard of Edouard Moulin? How many of you have heard of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe? How many of you have heard a song called Adeito, Son of Tabule? Was the theme song in Festac 1977. Adeito. How many of you can name any song sung by Fela Kuti? I am doing this deliberately because it is very easy to come and deliver a lecture. It's the easy thing. And I will not do that. I will use this occasion to simply share with you what I consider to be significant if young Africans are going to be useful to the continent and useful to the world. And in the course of my delivering the lecture, I'll do unusual things. And for example, ask for 2 minutes is that my very good friend Patrick Obama tells you what he did on this day several years ago.
I just mentioned this in passing, but between the years of 1972 and 1967 and 1972, I was in the schools where this young gentleman here now, Maseno. And yes, I learned how to play music, and I played music on this stage during the school holidays. And also, we performed plays from the same school on the stage between the years of 1967 and 1973.
And Patrick is one of the most important people in business in Kenya today. He started as a young person and asked for 30 seconds somebody with whom we were in school in 1972. Benjamin Kobai, come for a few minutes. He was my classmate in 1970 through to 1971 and through to 1972. And in those years we read books written by Barbara Kibenye, Moses. How many of you have read books by Barbara Smith? Say something. And what I'm saying, 1972, how many of you are born? No, not you. I'm delivering my lecture about the role of the youth. 1972, we are friends today. And also allow my good friend here, Chike. Chike is the managing director of UBA in Africa. UBA is a bank that operates in 20 African countries and elsewhere outside of the continent, and he runs a program headed by one of the best philanthropists in Africa today, Tony Erube. How many of you here have heard of Tony Erube? Say something.
Thank you so much, bro. Yeah, thank you so much, bro. This is quite interesting, and like Tony Erube himself will say, that the future of Africa is in the hands of the youth. So it's important that we all take that consciousness of the responsibility that Africa is running us today. Because if Africa is going to move forward, it is our responsibility to ensure that that happens. Yeah, it's our responsibility to ensure that that happens. And it's good to see all of us here this afternoon, quite attentive, because when you come to listen to Prof, then you really have to be attentive, because there is value to be extracted from every word that comes out of us. So briefly, I will just talk about the
Thank you very much. This is worse than the How many of you here have heard of a gentleman called Magaga Lord? How many of you? You may not know, I'm doing this just that you may know. If I can then speak for 10 minutes, come. This is one of the most important men and journalists ever produced by this country. Say something for that.
I would not like to say, except to say that I support very much the start in which Professor Lumumba has taken as a company, as a good job, thinking the process of something like all the time, and really more and more people feel, and it needs to heed their messages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I deliberately did that for you young people, that you may know that if you want to be useful, you want to look to the older people. Festac is a celebration of art, a celebration of culture. And in Kiswahili we say Watamila ni mtumwa, because culture defines who you are. And I want all of you young people, when you leave this evening, go and ask yourself, what is the value of culture? Leopold Sédar Senghor, the first president of Senegal, you, I hope, will take time to read some of Senghor's poems. Senghor is known for the Negritude movement. The movement that was meant to be a celebration of our African nation. And I want you to go back to Africa and to look at Africa beyond the continent and look at what young people in Africa, whether in the diaspora or in the mother continent, have done over the years. And why, therefore, your role is very critical. When we talk about Festac, we are doing Festac in the context of Pan-Africanism. And when we talk about Pan-Africanism, we are talking about the works of young Africans in the world who made a contribution. We are talking about such great Africans like Marcus Garvey in Jamaica. We are talking about Africans such as Sylvester Williams of Trinidad and Tobago, who in his 20s organized the first Pan-African meeting in the 19th century. They were young. We are talking about young Africans who are in their 20s and 30s, such as Kwame Nkrumah. We are talking about young Africans such as Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Young Africans who are cut down in their youth, such as Bantu, Stephen Biko. Young Africans such as Tiro Wokote. Young Africans such as Albertina Sisulu. Young Africans such as Winnie Madikizela Mandela. Young Africans such as Samora Machel. They were in their young Africans such as Dedan Kimathi Wayuri here in Kenya. Young Africans such as Thomas Joseph Moya here in Kenya. Young Africans such as Julius Nyerere, and one can go on and on. They were young, they were passionate, they were prepared to die for their countries. History, therefore, is consistent that whenever there has been a change of a dramatic kind in the lives of any nation, any civilization, it has always been on the shoulders of young men and youth. Any civilization, whether it is African, whether it is Caucasian, whether it is Chinese, young African, young Chinese. Today we have a phrase called the young Turks. There was a time when Kenyans and people called the young Turks. But do you know that there were real young Turks in 1908 in Turkey who brought about change? Do you know that if you look at the history of the world, it is young people who change the world? Those of you who are students of history, I'm sure you have heard of somebody called Alexander the Great, who conquered nearly half of the known world. And he was doing so at age 20. He died at age 33. And he had conquered half of the known world. If you look at the history of the independence of any country, they were young. And if you look at the history, it was not only in the political arena, it was also in the arts. When Chinua Achebe was writing his his book Things Fall Apart, which all of you ought to have written. He was age 22 in 1958. When Fadili William Mdavida was writing his Malaika, he was in his 20s. When Bob Marley was singing about Duffy is a Buffalo soldier, he was in his late 20s. When Manu Dibango was singing, he was in his late 20s. When Winshende Maruta was singing, he was in his late 30s. You may know that he died when he was on a recording mission in a road traffic accident here in Kenya with the famous song Shida. What is my message therefore? The society cannot grow if our young men and women are not awake. Today, the continent of Africa faces many challenges. And she will only surmount them if you young men and women wake up. Are you awake? When you are at school, what are you learning and what are you going to do with it? This is the question. But you are not competing amongst yourselves, you are competing with the world. Are you prepared to compete with the young Chinese? Are you prepared? Or you are competing with people in the Higa County? And Kerito comes, if that is the level of your competition, then you need prayer and fasting. Are you prepared to compete with the Indians? Are you prepared to compete with the South Koreans? I'm told that this has been done by courtesy of the French. Why should the French come here and rehabilitate this? Are there no Kenyans who can do it? They are there. Why? Ask yourself one question. Because they know the value of art. These young boys and girls who are performing here, when Hannah Masira was talking about their credentials, they have performed in Australia, they have performed in the United Kingdom, and possibly only in Senegal in Africa. If you are to mount something like that, how many people would be willing to pay to work them? So that the art can be a source of livelihood. Because it should be. My good friend Ike here talked about an NBA star possibly earned $1 million in a single month because of basketball. My good friend Professor Bora has told you about those who are talented and they earn $1 million out of their talent. My good friend of Masira, if he was in the United States of America, he would be a multi-billionaire, flying his own private jet. He would be, because he is one of the most dedicated thespians this country has ever produced. Yet, I want to imagine that it does not even have a head of state commendation. This honor that are now given to thieves in head. So you see some thief in Kenya is a Moran of the valley. You know this is a thief. Head of state commendation. Thief. We are now a country where we canonize thieves and demonize our good men and women. And I'm saying this because it young people who must create a culture where we only celebrate that which is good. So, Festac is nothing. Will it be just another event because we are good at events? We are an event called here the Upper Cities. How has it changed us for the better? Has it? No. The only thing that has changed is that some people and the houses are now built out in the world. When Festac comes here, will it change you inside out so that you begin to think differently? So that you young boys who are in high school will begin to think differently, will begin to read so that you understand who are Africans. Mwatamila ni mtumwa. Culture. Today, if you ask, who is a Kenyan? Who is a Kenyan? Who is a Tanzanian? What defines a Tanzanian? What defines a South African? What defines a Ugandan? What defines a Ghanaian or a Nigerian? I was looking at people when the national anthems were being played to see if their mouths were moving in the same direction as the national anthem. And I was convinced that 90% of you cannot sing your national anthem. Who are we? Because if you can't define yourself, you are going nowhere. You young people must define yourself for the sake of Africa, for the sake of Festac. The Chinese know who they are. The Indians know who they are. The Indonesians know who they are. The French know who they are. The Danes know who they are. But over the years they have been trying to turn us into Frenchmen and Englishmen and Chinese. I'm sure there is a place here in Kisumu where they are teaching Chinese. If there is not, they will soon bring one. But they don't teach Yoruba. They don't teach Igbo. In this part of the world, if you don't speak good to Swahili, that is good. But if you speak English, that is bad if you don't speak Swahili. But if you speak English, you are not to be intelligent. You cannot be intelligent in Swahili, so we have been made to believe. You young men and women, the future belongs to you. But what kind of young men and women are you? Fela Anikula Pukuti has sung a song in which he says, "Teacher, don't teach me nonsense." I want you to go and listen to that man, Fela Anikula Pukuti. Teacher, don't teach me nonsense. Then you begin to understand the value of that. And how can interesting. We have been made to believe that culture is wearing slices around our waist. That is not culture. That culture is doing the things that were done by our ancestors before the birth of Christ. That is an aspect of culture. But culture is dynamic. And the feet of Africa rest on your shoulders. Are you ready? That is the question. Are you ready? There is a man Ivan Washington. He wrote a book about a person who slept through a revolution. You can sleep through a revolution. How many of you know about the book and about the character? Ivan Washington. How many of you have heard of a character called Rick Bingo? Go and read about it. Don't sleep through these changes. Viwi mwavilamba vyombo vyema mkavilaje. Viwi mwavilamba vyombo vyema mkavilaje. Who can tell me the meaning of that? Everybody in here. Viwi mwavilamba vyombo vyema mkavilaje.
Give the meaning in English so that they can understand.
It's not working.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Vogel from the School. The meaning of the program is now that you have paid all your parents, all the elders are given to you. What will you do for those people that have been providing for you? Go on. Now that you have finished all that they are providing for you, what are you going to do?
You try.
But
the meaning is, if you are licking plates and utensils when you have been given bad things, what will you do when you have good things? Vivi ni vitu vibaya. Vivi mwavilamba vyombo vyema tabiaje, simtameza vyombo. And the other one, and I'm doing this so that you go and find out. So this lecture is also an exercise in teaching. This is also Kiswahili, because one of the things we want to do is to develop African language. Mlilala andingwa. Listen to me carefully. Mlilala andingwa. Mwe macho haambiwi tule. Mlilala andingwa. Mwe macho haambiwi tule. Mlilala andingwa. Mwe macho haambiwi tule. Who can try? You cannot try. But the whole idea is, when food is served, nobody will tell you to eat. Lilala andingwa mwe macho haambiwi tule. I've made it a very simple meaning and translation. So young Africans, as I conclude, I have no doubt in my mind that the young people are embedded the interest of any society. If you are students of history, you see that changes in any society always take place when young people wake up. The struggle for independence in this country was on the shoulders of young. The changes in Europe in 1968 during the student demonstration starting in France was young people. The changes in South Africa during the Sharpeville massacre in 1960 with Mangaliso Sobukwe, young people. The changes in South Africa during Soweto 1976, young people. The changes in Tiananmen Square in China, young people. The changes in the Arab world in the Tahrir Square, young people. It is on the shoulders of young people that societies change. The question is, you young Africans, are you prepared? When Festac comes next year, I pray and hope that you will be prepared to have a cultural revival, that you may think differently, because the mind is where all battles are fought and won. So we have come here to prepare the soil that is your mind, in the knowledge that you will water your mind through reading and exposure, so that when we come for the planting season with Festac in May of the year 2024, we'll have a soil that is well tilled, that is well watered, that the seed may grow. Choose you now whether you are prepared to be part of that journey. Choose you now whether you are going to be good Africans who are prepared to compete. Choose you now whether you are going to be young people who will change your societies. Julius Kabarage Nyerere used to say, it can be done. Play your part. It can be done. Play your part. Now I want to conclude with this story from Greece. In Greek mythology, there is a character called Herostratus. How many of you have heard of that character called Herostratus? That character was a notorious character. He lived a life where he did nothing useful, but he said that I must be remembered by historians. He therefore decided to burn the second temple of Athens. He's one of the greatest astrologists the world has ever known. So you can choose to do nothing throughout your life, and at the end of it you can burn the grace of Yango Center. They will remember you that you are the greatest astrologist. Is that how you want to be remembered? But there is another way of being remembered. By doing positive things. I want you to choose the path of doing positive things. And doing so requires that you are prepared, because the divine instruction is go out and do it by the set of thy ground. I've said this and I repeat it here. There is nothing wrong with prayer. But Africans must not for one moment believe, but we are now being made to believe, that we solve all our problems by praying and fasting. No. You will not. You can only solve your problems by exploiting your talents. This is why my friend Humphrey Obora is here. And the story is told in the Bible of the man who went away and gave his workers 5 talents, the other 2 talents, and the other 1 talent, and he went away for a long time. And when he came back to the one that he had given 10 talents, he said, Master, you gave me 5, I've now made them 10. And the other one, he said, you gave me 2, I've now made them 4. And to the other, he said, you gave me 1. And he said, I knew you. You are a man who is in the business of reaping where you are not sown. I counted, here it is. And the Bible then records, and to those who do not have, even the little they have shall be taken away from them, and it shall be given to those who have. So hard that you may be given. God bless.
So, thank you for that stimulating lecture. In their actuation, a suggestion, a proposal. So, we would like Mr. Kiki to say a few things about what this organization is doing. I think for me, when we said how many people here know delivery, only one hand went up. It did not sit very well with it. Because it means that we are missing opportunities as people in this environment. So when we were trying to talk, there is no opening to question and answer. There are no bad questions. The only bad ones are the ones you keep in your mind and you don't say out. Because you are able to work of knowledge of people to learn and take from it. So we don't start to do the cheating.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon once again. You know, it's a bit challenging when you are not speaking after Prof and spoken. So, well, it's safer for me to start from where he has stopped, and that relates to what should be agitating our minds today in terms of what we need to remember you for. But basically, we all have the possibility of passing through this life, you know, without being remembered for anything positive. I'm emphasizing the word positive because I don't think any of us intend to be remembered by something that is grossly negative. I'm the CEO for UBA Kenya Bank Limited. UBA Kenya Bank Limited is a subsidiary of the United Bank of Africa. Again, I'm being tempted to perhaps ask, how many of us know the United Bank of Africa? But I will take back the answer. Most of us should and would have heard about it. In Africa, we today operate out of 20 African countries, and that's why we refer to ourselves as Africa's global bank, because we are a big representative of Africa, both within Africa and outside Africa. We today have UBA America, UBA UK, UBA Paris, and UBA Dubai. So effectively, we're a bank that today operates within 4 continents of the world, across 24 countries. And in East Africa, we're in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and DRC. The important part of this is that we are set up, you know, trying to emphasize that name. You know, at times people mistake it for United Bank for, no, we say we are not for, we are United Bank for. That for is the emphasis, because we believe we are set up to support Africa and Africans in whichever part of the world that they operate within. And that's why across the globe we facilitate remittances in and out of Africa. We only support trade in and out of Africa. But more important is what we do on the sideline in trying to ensure that where Africa is today, that we leave Africa better than we met it. And that is seeking to solve very fundamental problems that currently is within Africa. And that is one, unemployment. Unemployment is major, again stemming from the nature of education that we inherited from the colonial masters. So we are trained to most likely, you know, you learn to become perhaps an employee. But you look at the question and ask yourself, how many people will, for instance, the county government employ? How many people will the multinational companies, the Unilever of this world employ? We believe that it is the SMEs, the entrepreneurs within us, that have the possibility of eradicating poverty out of Africa and reducing unemployment grossly within Africa. And that's why we have an affiliation with the Tony Elubelu Foundation, which is an entrepreneurship empowerment initiative that today operates within 54 African countries, Kenya being one of them. And as of December 2022, we have over 680 Kenyans who have benefited from the Tony Elubelu Foundation. And the benefit first speaks to training, because you cannot successfully run a business without knowledge
and capacity. So the organization spends between 8 to 12 weeks training the first level applicants under the program, training them on how to set up a business, how to manage a business, and how to grow a business. Because that's very important. You know, most times, a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure if I ask 1, 2, 3 of us here, what do you need to set up a business? Most likely the answer will get to be capital, that you need finance. But the truth is, what you really need to set up a business, and the global companies have shown it, the Googles of this world is idea. That is the #1 seed capital that you need, idea. And that is the basis for the evaluation to be a beneficiary of the Tony Global Foundation initiative. Your idea is what counts for you, but it's the idea that you can grow to become the mustard seed that becomes a very big tree. So we start with evaluating your idea, and if your idea qualifies at the first instance, you become enlisted for the 12 weeks training. Then after the training, you go back, now develop that your idea into a business pitch, which is now being evaluated by a panel. And at the end of the exercise, those that their pitch is successful get $5,000 to invest into their business, either as a startup or to support an existing business that must be between 1 and 3 years old. And this is for the youth. It is purely for the youth. So, I was really concerned when the statistics was rolled out that just one person is aware of this opportunity in the whole of Kisumu. And maybe it has become part of my fault, because I did traverse this axis. I took a flight from Nairobi, came down in Kisumu, and took a vehicle from Kisumu to Migori County to make perhaps this same presentation that I'm now doing today during this year's exercise around between January and March 2023. So it tells me that by January 2024, I should come back to Kisumu to address the youth, because for us, the only responsibility that you owe in it is to make yourself available by being aware and by applying. Because we believe that each and every one of us have unique ideas that can blossom into a good business opportunity. So I'm mentioning it now. The next cycle is going to be to run between January and March 2024. So mark it down in your calendar that once you come January 2024, before then you would have started putting together your idea that can become a very strong business proposition. There is no idea that is good, neither is there an idea that is bad. All it needs is some incubation, some deeper thoughts, so that you can now make value out of it. So that is very, very important. And it's an opportunity that we believe is available to all of us. So, as I am planning to come back to Kisumu early next year, I only want each and every one of us here to note it down. And the good news is that the CEC for Culture and Gender, that's Beatrice in Nakuru County, Kisumu County here, is aware of it. We met today again and we re-emphasize this today. So you can actually go to her to seek for more information in respect of this, because it's an opportunity that each and every one of us should take advantage of. Kenya is very much in the picture. Perhaps maybe the information has only been circulating around Nairobi, Nakuru, and perhaps Mombasa. I want Kisumu youth to be aware of this and be part of it. Thank you so much.
Gentlemen who tried so much. I'm making a point that in life, sometimes it is not getting it right. It is about trying. And in fact,
Festac Africa, the council is working over. We have the model. This center is a PR for activity. Let us have the base of Grace Orlando modeling. We are the modeling equation here, and we also be having another modeling equation on the 28 here, and the figures are 200 and 500. Let's have the modeling telegram having the base of Grace Orlando modeling show. Welcome.
Nikakutia simu jengoni sijakupata, nikaruka simu takulaje bata, wewe ni mtu muhimu nikiwa nawe katikata. Halo, 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 halo.
Thank you very much. I just say probability is the heart of creativity. And we have a lot that we may not be able to express. But we have Winnie, welcome. She's going to play acoustic song. Welcome. Let's move it on. Let's go to
Hello everyone, I'm Winnie Elsa. I'm going to perform 2 songs for you today. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you're having a wonderful time. know it takes them. This is love that I'm feeling. Get away from me, I'm meaning. They gonna hungry my shiny. It's on my shiny. I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear. I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear. I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear. I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear, I hear.
Another modeling show. Welcome. Yes.
Hey, we are Poland Media, a youth group from Kisumu. We do films, skits, a lot of stuff. We have by the youth for the youth, and we have a skit.
Patricia! Can you believe it? Kisumu is about to host the Festival of Arts and Culture, Festac. My God. I understand your enthusiasm, but I really want to do it for such a massive Party! Ah! Of course we are! Listen, Kisumu is full of talent, culture, cultural diversity, and heritage. Plus, do not forget resources. I mean, look around! I am from Sweden. You know, hosting such a massive event requires substantial funding, good infrastructure, security, and organizing. Who do you think you can handle all this? Excuse me? I'm sorry, I'm not over here. unique charm to mesmerize audiences. But I could not agree more with Kwame here. This will open up Ghana to immense cultural exchange and economic growth. We need to believe in ourselves.
I understand your point. But in order to host such a massive event, we definitely need support from the government. As I said, good infrastructure, security, substantial funding, and organization. But
where is the government? Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that the governor and the government are in full support of ensuring Kisumu is the host city for the festival. Under their leadership, we will invest in infrastructure, prioritize security and work tirelessly to ensure the event is successful. Additionally, the governor will actively collaborate with our local artists, cultural groups like Ojibland to showcase a wonderful program of the cultural heritage of
Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. We almost come to the end. Now we call upon the morning because of the praise of Mama Grace Onyango morning show. The praise of Mama Grace Onyango on stage. Let's give them a round of applause again. Welcome to the music. special community, and before others come to the stage, I want to call upon Festac Africa CEO to say a word or two. Let us also hear a voice from our sister, Madam Grace, on stage.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. I'm excited, so happy. Are we? My name is Grace Momo. I'm sure if I say Momo, you probably know where I'm from. Our diversity and our unity is our continent. From the third, fourth, fifth day, we then activate all the sports activities across the school. From soccer, a partnership with Buddha, basketball with the Zorro. Then we have volleyball, we have netball, we have hockey, we have golf, we have board games, we have boxing, and so many other things that we will be discussing with the Sports Federation to see where and what can take place in the school. Young talent activation. What a show! What a show! I think we will give a round of applause to the young talent. One more time, please. Let's just give a round of applause to the young talent. As I take it into the next round, it is the young talent that will take you to the business world of tomorrow. And will make you the person that you want to be in the future. If you have the CEO for the United Bank for Africa, he talked about business pitches and ideas, where as young adults, as young talent, you can win up to 5,000 US dollars, not 5,000 shillings, 5,000 US dollars for your business ideas and become part of the incubation program for the UBA Bank. So, as youth from Kisumu, I'm encouraging you to start participating and moving forward. He has promised you that he will be here in January to activate that program. So, take advantage of that, and you could be one of the select from Kisumu to join the 600 plus Kenyans that are already in that program. There is no reason why Kisumu should not be part of that program. There are so many opportunities, and I want to promise our young girls and boys from Kisumu. And I did that 2 months ago, and I want to make this announcement in a wider forum. That one of you will get an all-expenses paid trip in an exchange program to South Africa for 7 days. So again, that is how we are going to be impacting and changing our life through this program. We do have an impact project through Festac, and that is of course what we do is we partner with the Forestry Department and to ensure that every delegate that comes to Festac has an opportunity to leave a legacy in the whole city. We will want to have a tree planted by every delegate, every international delegate, every Kenyan, every African, every one of us that is part of the program, and designated site, plant a tree as part of our impact project. That is leaving a legacy in the school for Festac. Again, nothing for free. And as regards to the fees, it is a very, very costly festival. Therefore, we are calling on the corporate sector, we are calling on the public, we are calling on the government to partner, support, and be part of this festival. We can only make it a success, all of us, if we are working together collectively, right? So, who would you like to see come to Kisumu? Everyone phones us so that we can go knocking at their doors and tell them Kisumu wants you. Kisumu wants to see you. Kisumu wants to change. They told you here done. Maybe that's where it's done, right? I don't know. Okay? Another exciting news is that we have launched Festac Rouge, and that is a celebration of Africa's movie screening. I can promise you that Nollywood will be in Kisumu. Nollywood, I hear somebody say, wow, yeah, we are coming, we are bringing Nollywood, and we will have movie screening every day for 7 days, celebrating African movies. If you are doing film actors, if you are doing film screening or film acting, please look out for the portal as soon as we release it. The Salvador will provide the details so that you can enter the movie and it might be selected for screening as well. And we are trying to see if we can bring some Hollywood actors too. I don't know. Let's work together. And of course, our last bit of the festival is to ensure that we have a short copper closing ceremony. What does that mean? A short copper closing ceremony on the last day of the festival. Perhaps bring an top A-list performers from across Africa to be part of the festival. These are all things that can only be made possible if we are working together. So let's support the festival, let us get out there, let us share, whatever is posted, repost, share, like, and don't just take it there. Support and promote Kisumu. This is your home, Kisumu Dance, Kisumu City, Kisumu Macho. What is the pastor name? That I know, pastor is good. Beautiful. So we're going to be here, and I start off to say, this is my Africa, it is your Africa, it is our Africa. That is the best thing we can do is to support the festival, to make it a success, so that we can all shine and shine and shine. I appreciate you all. Thank you for the message. It is indeed powerful, and we look forward to being our patron for 2024. Thank you, sir.
That was the voice of the CEO of Festac Africa. So to say, this is going to be a stadium meeting, and we need so many people to support us. As I said earlier, that on the 28th, we also have the break of our great Orlando morning show. We'll be sending you regular projects and give 5,000 please start and work the very best, and we are for the whole world. One of the models will be given a free air ticket 1 week, everything free for. Why do people clap for the first time? These are the opportunities in Kisumu. Sometimes you are taking a cash for the city for the your but this is an opportunity, so please take it more seriously. As we come to the front end of the program, there is a group of one of the very things in the past. So, Oscar, are you ready? Welcome, Oscar. So, in the previous past, Oscar was the very that team. In the previous past, I don't know how to compare it now. Oscar was one of the very best team in Kenya. Happy to see the TV. Welcome, Oscar.
I'm
is the point of pasamos to the team. Pasamos to the national champion last year. Fernando Cani. So we are also coming to the end of the session. I now call upon the models to give us the finale, the model finale. Then I call upon one of the models to give a model class. And then we will play the national anthem and we call it again. Modeling the first of our race. The grand finale, music, grand finale, music, please, grand finale. Music, grand finale for the best of Elvis Sofío, Elvis Sofío is a former student leader of Marcelo University. Let us put our hands together for Elvis Sofío to move the vote.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Hi everyone. I hope it has been a wonderful time in Sumu that I felt at home. So this is home and we invite you to come once more next time. It was a pleasure being with you. We really appreciate your presence and we appreciate Festac for showing strong confidence in Kisumu that indeed we are capable of holding Festac. We will not continue for request to grace. Let's ask that who do you want Festac to bring to Kisumu? And I will request the whole Festac office that please bring for us two people in Kisumu. One person bring for us Aligo and Moses. Because Aligo has moved now from Israel and is now moving to Africa. And here in Africa, we are talking about Africa because any country that does not have the ability to produce their own food is a poor country. So the moment we see poor food, then we will see poor because we remain enslaved. Kisumu County is a rice-growing county, and Aligo has has of interest in rice farming. So when the business people in the city will be busy during that particular day, we will not run them out of Kisumu also in Aligo so that we may have something. The last person that I would request to bring to Kisumu is Kofi Olomide, because the only one on the ground, Kofi very what to do, to say that the children do, but he's been here until now is an old man. So what we say to him, how we for the youth, that what we need to do to keep it strong. Africa was the top music the rest of the world, mentally, human, and Afrobeat for your country Nigeria. So we will now grow this export product, this music out of Africa. Otherwise, I think it's so much for showing confidence that you have in Kisumu. Thank you for coming, and Mama Destinado, we know the support. The center that I want is not to be there, but now that resurrected and has been resuscitated by White Marcella, who was putting up together by our able governor, who will support us and also support this center. Thank you so much. And I for one that we are doing everything that these people will come to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to take the protocol. There is one gentleman who is a beneficiary of UPK Park. It's right here. And he says he wants to be a brief testimony. Then after that, we play the national anthem, and then the guests, we move to the exhibition room, and then you can join us. So, gentlemen, welcome. Tell us your name. Let's give you a clap, please.
Thank you very much. We have an event on Friday, so we are organizing that event, remember organized event on Friday. But I heard that we have the Festac Festival is happening here, and UBA is part of it. I felt that it's great that I have come here. In 2015, I saw an advert online. They were looking for upcoming SMEs. You have a right, brilliant entrepreneurship idea. You apply, and just like you said, anytime I laugh. If you remember around 2015 when the hydroponic agribusiness concept was coming up. So we had been taken as a farmer, a young farmer in Uganda. So the farmer in Uganda who had bought a hydroponic machine. So we went there and we saw how the farmer was making it easy to create animal feed using that technology. I said, well, let's try applying for the Social Security Foundation using that process. So I did a lot of research, and I was selected in 2015 to the first
years I was selected top 1,000 SMEs across Africa. And it was like a miracle because they had said that they pay for flight tickets. There was a good time that was paid for that was taking place in Coventry. We went to Coventry and Covenant University, one of the biggest universities in Nigeria. So there was a minimum foundation paying for flight tickets. I remember mine was Ethiopian Airlines. My colleagues, some of them were taken by AQ. In 2015, we were about 157 entrepreneurs for Kenya. And we were the second biggest delegation for Africa. Okay, definitely number one was Nigeria because it was their home. But we made a show of that in Nigeria. I just want to confirm that the Tony Elmel Foundation is a brilliant thing, and there's one thing that the CEO so he believes in something called Africa Capitalism. Africa Capitalism is why he believes that Africans have the capability to be able to change their lives. If, for example, they are given the right support and the right tools to be able to do their business. And within from 2015, every year there is a whole bunch of entrepreneurs that are supported. I got the seed funding in 2015, $5,000, which I invested in my business. Currently, I'm being sponsored. I've just mentioned to our mentorship and doing sports tourism. It's a unique concept where we are promoting tourism through sports because we believe sports has the potential to move a lot of people from one destination to another. So it will be an honor also to working with Festac 2024 as we progress towards the main activities next year. So I'm happy being part of UBA and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we come to the tail end. And as I said, we are going to play the national anthem and then we move to the exhibition. Then we'll see, this is where the office of Festac Africa is and the ambassador of Festac. So, I'll be the face of Festac here in Kenya. So I want to say one thing. On the 28th, we have a morning show. And I want to thank you most sincerely. Come to the center. And please, after the national anthem, let us all go to the exhibition and we call it a day. Once again, thank you very much. Let us rise up for the national anthem.
So talk to Madame Group. We want to become the biggest actor in Africa, most schools out of Africa. Because we are the owner of the asset of the intellectual property. If we can speak for the lot of people are saying the primary person is you are able to tell your story together. Talk to Madame Group, exchange your number, and we will, I promise, we will give you to schools. That's why we want to. So if nothing else,
When you
Oh, this is nice. Very nice. This is very
we paid for free like so this one's
acha wale wakuje, acha wakuje.
Take it this way.
Yeah, I saw mine there, but it's as if my... You've got to go and do something about it. Because if you want to see that people have been yeah. Very nice. This is very good. So you have to touch it up. Expressions. Being honest with you, this is something. Yeah. You know, you just brought, right? And then people is with them. I mean, if it is not by somebody sitting there who knows it, you have not yet. Take time to express Yeah, because when you work for fashion, now know that you spend 50,000 and you made 100 and therefore your profit is 10,000. That is the kind of thing that this gentleman actually looking at a month. How do you scale that up so that they give, if they give you $5,000, how do you nyakukete yo makiru seto uso noroto iwe chiro norokepe yo makati kwai mabiro indimi wajana kimo kama material and kama kemia selling na $1 lufabija bantu kiliokeyo kilokubero $1 lufabija maneka ayo kama One and a half days. Yeah. Come on, buy? I'll buy one. Money pleasure. I'll grab my 500.